Elangeni TVET College is dedicated to offering practical and skills programs for a variety of occupations and maintains close ties with key industry and business figures to ensure Elangeni TVET College is dedicated to offering practical and skills programs for a variety of occupations and maintains close ties with key industry and business figures to ensure that its programs meet labor market needs. Under the leadership of College Principal Mrs. T.J. Kula, Elangeni TVET College provides its students with a grounding for the preparation of life in the real working world. Elangeni TVET College offers full-time, part-time and distance learning with a range of programs at 8 campuses situated in and around Durban: Inanda, Ndwedwe, Tuzuma, Kwamashu, Pinetown, Kadi, Kwadabeka and Pumalanga campus. ETVET also comprises of an established business unit as a second wing funding mode for the college. To ensure that graduates are employable and able to support themselves with a skill or diploma in their area of study, Elangeni TVET College works hard to instill in them a sense of integrity, self-confidence and determination to mold them into independent thinkers. Lessons of the highest quality are taught by the college's most qualified lecturers who display the highest level of professionalism and possess trade tests to maintain the high standard of education found at ETVET. At the college, one can be assured of a broad-based education through its programs offered, designed to give students a solid foundation of skills and knowledge. The college also has established various international partnerships with the United Kingdom, Netherlands, China, and the United States of America. Through its mission and vision, Elangeni TVET College recognizes that artisan training programs must provide more than just skills to young people and aims to develop centers of excellence and partnerships that will enable the provision of a core business that adheres to the teaching and learning philosophy of TVET colleges. Elangeni TVET College, an institution of choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Before I say much, I must firstly acknowledge the delegation from Elangeni TVET College, led by our esteemed director, Mrs. Kula, a delegation from Goldfields, led by Honorable Mr. Mahlangu, our partners that are present here, industry, and other higher education institutions. My name is Livingston Smith, and I'm going to be your program director for the whole day. So you are stuck with me for the whole day. It is with pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you. Of course, welcome, but there is a person who's going to welcome you. But just so that you know that you are in the right place, to the launch of a partnership between Elangeni TVET College and Goldfields TVET College. Now, in an ever-evolving landscape, the importance of collaboration cannot be overstated. And one is reminded of words from Helen Keller, who said, "Alone we can do so little, but together we can do more." Of course, she said, together we can do much, but we are used to together we can do more. Now, before I proceed, with the program, I must firstly thank the people that put the whole event together and thought of Mr. Smith that Mr. Smith will be the program director. And I must give that vote of thanks now. I was afraid, but I was excited that I'm going to be part of this auspicious event. So I'm honored. So thank you very much. Now, without further ado, and before I start doing things that people are supposed to do in the program, let us embark on this journey together, fueled by curiosity. Curiosity that says, why are we here? Of course, you will know before you go home why you are here. Guided by integrity and united in pursuit of knowledge and innovation. And those are key words that we're going to be taking out of this auspicious event. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Mrs. Kula, the Elangeni TVET College Rector, to officially declare the event open and welcome all of you. And please join me with a very big round of applause as we welcome her on stage.
I never think that you are taller than me. Even if when I'm wearing high heels, it's a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much, Program Director. Our Program Director is Mr. Smith, is a lecturer in our institution. He is teaching marketing and sales or public relations at just here next door in Pinetown campus. Thank you very much, sir, for you being here, I can see that you are going to be able to handle us from the beginning up until the end. Once again, good morning to the college principal of Goldfields, Mr. Mahlangu, and your esteemed delegation, professors that are here, Professor Mtapuri, Professor Hugo, Chinese culture. I wish they can just raise their hand as yes, Chinese culture and Professor Mtapuri there. These professors are coming from UKZN industry partners. We have Bear that are here. Can I just see the hand? Thank you. And college management and respected guest. On behalf of Elangeni TVET College, it is with immense pleasure and excitement that I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the official launch of our groundbreaking research partnership. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey towards advancing knowledge, innovation, and societal impact. As we gather here this morning, we are embarking on a collaborative endeavor that holds the promise of pushing the boundaries of research, fostering interdisciplinary cooperation, and addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing the TVET sector today. At the heart of our partnership lies the belief in the power of collaboration. We recognize that no single entity holds the key to unlocking all the answers. It is through the synergy of diverse perspectives, expertise, and resources that we can truly make a difference. And it is in this spirit of partnership between Elangeni and Goldfields that we have come together, united, and a shared vision of harnessing the power of research to drive positive change. Over the coming days, weeks, and months, we will embark on a journey of exploration, discovery, and innovation. Together, we will change existing paradigms and pioneer new solutions. But perhaps, most importantly, we will forge lasting connections, nurturing relationships that extend far beyond the confines of this launch event. As we launch a new chapter, I am filled with optimism and enthusiasm for the possibilities that lie ahead. Together, I am confident that we will not only push the boundaries of knowledge, but also leave an indelible mark in the TVET sector. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us on this momentous occasion. Together, let us embark on a journey of discovery, innovation, and impact. I declare this meeting or workshop or sharing of ideas open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mpati, for your insightful words and setting the tone for the exciting journey ahead. We always say, fasten your seatbelt. The journey is going to be rough, but the destination is nice. You can now see that I'm a bit comfortable because now everybody, including myself, we know why we are here. let's just get few protocol issues out of the way before we get too relaxed and maybe too agitated of where to go when you need help. Just when you go outside, there is a team of ushers that will take care of you, show you where you want to go. If you want to go to the bathroom, you want tea or coffee, there is a team of ushers that will assist you. So that is the first one. And the second one is the sitting plan. We would have preferred, in fact, I am told, the college principal would have preferred that we don't have a sitting plan, so that out of this event, you find a person from UKZN sitting with a person from Elangeni and randomly, so that we can, you get out of here knowing what you didn't know when you came in. So that's the purpose of you not having your reserved seats. So if you're sitting next to a person you work with, then it means you need to look around and see where you need to sit. So I'm just the messenger. It's not me. On that one, I'm just the messenger. Yes. Having said that, I was told by the organizing team that the event is streamed live on YouTube. I am told the link is being shared. So whatever you do, you must know that you are live on TV. Yeah. So it's nice when you warn people beforehand. So if you do anything and you think people are not going to see, at least we told you beforehand. Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Radile, the Deputy Principal Academic at Goldfields TVET College. Now, Dr. Radile obtained his PhD from the Central University of Technology. He studied at various universities, including Vista, Tshwane University of Technology, University of the Free State, Rhodes University, University of Pretoria, and Pretoria Technikon. So there's very few universities that he didn't go. He worked as a high school teacher, head of department, deputy principal, and the principal. Dr. Radile will enlighten us on the purpose behind our gathering today and will share light on transformative impact of our collaborative aims. And because of time, I'm not going to proceed with the bio that I have in front of me. And join me as we welcome Dr. Radile on stage in a very big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Mr. Smith. Thank you for the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to be here and execute the mandate as indicated in our program of events today. Let me firstly acknowledge the principal of Elangeni TVET College, Mrs. Kula. We also have the principal of Goldfields TVET College, my boss, Ntate Francis Mahlangu. And I also happened to notice the principal of Tekwini, Ubabu Mkunu, the management and staff of both TVET colleges, industry partners, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much. You know, in this sector, most of our time, we do our work under pressure. It's the nature of this sector. But today, I must say, it's a great pleasure to be standing here this morning as we solidify our efforts to make a contribution to a better South Africa. There are so many people who are relying on us making South Africa work. So as the TVET sector, we are looked upon as a sector that will tremendously change the face of our communities. So therefore, Program Director, I am happy today because we are gathered here to launch this Memorandum of Cooperation, Memorandum of Understanding, and Memorandum of Agreement. But by the way, what also brings excitement here in Mahlangu this morning is that there are 3 of my students here who graduated, I think, last year and the last 2 years at University of Pretoria. I think we have Mem Tanzi, if you can just stand up, Mem. She was one of my students at University of Pretoria 2 years ago. And I have Mr. Zungu Pilenhle, where are you? Is he here? He's from this college, by the way. He was my student last year. He just graduated last week, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have Umelanga. Is she here? There she is. So I'm grateful to be having you also at the launch of this particular event. But really, colleagues, it is with great pleasure and anticipation that I stand before you today to witness the formalization of a significant partnership between Goldfields TVET College and Elangeni through the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding. Not only are we excited, but we are also elated. We are in a state of jubilation because this is the first ever, as far as I know, that an event of this nature, of this magnitude, of this breadth, of this width, is undertaken in this sector. This Memorandum of Understanding, it signifies our commitment to various collaboration areas and efforts and mutual interest. It represents a shared vision to enhance the educational experience of our students, to advance our academic research and capabilities, and ultimately contribute to the development of our communities. So there are quite a number of key areas that are included in this MOU. But what excites us is the fact that we'll be speaking research, we'll be speaking student outcomes and achievement, we'll be speaking lecturer exchange programs, we'll be speaking how best to share best practices amongst ourselves. So it's a milestone in a way as we launch. So we have put some work as the 2 colleges. There are people who came to the forefront, who volunteered their time. We know it's part of their work. Yesterday, in the event that we had in Johannesburg, in Germiston, the regional manager was saying, you can't praise a fish for swimming. You can't praise a bird for flying. But I think even if it's part of their responsibilities, we've got to say mekula to them, big ups to them, because they've really committed themselves to making sure that an event of this nature and this magnitude is held. So we want to pull our resources together. We want to pull our expertise together. We want to undertake research projects to address our pressing needs. One of the key challenges in this sector is that we lack the body of knowledge. More often than not, research is conducted by people who are outside of the sector. And as a result, some of the publications that we see, I don't want to say they are questionable, but I think they lack the experience of a person who looks with an eye from within. And therefore, it's an element that we'd like to bring as we engage in this partnership. So as we launch today, colleagues, this is not a paper exercise, it's not a media exercise. I know it is broadcast. Let me close the speech, it's not gonna assist me. It's not a publicity stunt. We are not spinning for our DG to see that the 2 colleges are doing something. But partnerships are there. We do partnerships with external and industry stakeholders, but we never really partner amongst ourselves. So as a result, the problem in South Africa is that we work in silos. What we can take as a best practice from Elangeni, we don't really take it. What they can take from us, they don't really take it. So therefore, it's imperative, it's crucial, it's important, it's significant that as we sign this MOU, it filters down to our students, to our lecturers, that they know we've got a partner. We've got people who can share resources with us. We've got people who can share information with us. In fact, if I was the mayor of this town, I would declare the freedom of this town to Goldfields TVET College. And then if they go to Velcom, I would ask the mayor of our district and our municipality to say, Mekula, you've got the freedom of that particular town. So that it becomes a culture. We are wasting resources because there's no connection, there's no collaboration. Everybody is reinventing the wheel when so many things are there that are readily available that you can just add a little bit on. So the purpose here today is to say really lecturers must work together. Students must work together. Managers must work together so that between ourselves we can have what is called an impact. We are doing things. My colleague in corporate services, Mueletsi, he always laments. I know my CFO doesn't like that word because the other day I recited a poem, lament for a dead cow. Sialela, sialela, inkomechi feel. So he doesn't like the word. But what we are doing in South Africa is that we are doing so many things, but they lack impact. And because we are not impactful, people on the ground are not feeling it. On Tuesday, during the launch of the 4IR digitization, the DG was saying, the fact that we have more than 3.4 million young people who are not in education, employment, or training, it shows that there's still a lot of work to do as TVET colleges. So we are hoping that by launching this partnership, when we do our review, when we come back and say how far did we go, we'll be able to have testimonies of beneficiaries of this particular engagement, whether it's lecturers, it's students, it's industry partners, or whoever has been indicated to benefit. And thank you very much to the team from Elangeni and the team from Goldfields TVET College for making sure that this event is a success. I think it will signify that TVET colleges are not glorified high schools. We are not average or below any other institution in the PSET. We can stand our own ground. We serve a different mandate. Therefore, comparison is not going to assist us. We are not universities. We are not high schools. We have a different mandate, and wish you everything of the best. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radile, for your illuminating our path with your insights on the groundbreaking research collaboration. And I hope we will have more students that come your way so that at least we can have more graduates now moving faster because now we have a relationship. Yes, your vision truly sets the stage for innovation and progress in our field of the TVET sector. And we are really inspired, some of us. You have highlighted a very important issue that we must tell our stories. The problem when you allow people to tell your story, it might be a distorted story. It always happens that when you give people a space that they tell your story, then you find that in your story you are a very distorted picture of yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward in this journey of discovery, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Mr. Sibiya is the Deputy Principal Registration at Elangeni TVET College. And Mr. Sibiya has been with the college for over 20 years. He's been in every position from post level 1, 2, 3, 4 up to now he's Deputy Principal. Now you can see what his next step will be. In his unit, Mr. Sibiya is taking care of or is guiding 4 units. He's the engine of this institution. He's got registration services, partnership and linkages, TVET Miss, and student support services. So you need a person with big shoulders to sit in the office where he sits. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Spear on stage to introduce everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Smith, I thought that the obituary was going to be read at my funeral. Not while I'm still alive. Greetings, everyone. I think I want to lament what Dr. Radile has said. Colleagues, this is a groundbreaking phenomenon for us as TVET colleges. I'm trying to reflect and think. I cannot remember any other of such that has happened within this sector. I do believe, as it has been said, that this is going to provide us an opportunity as TVET colleges. Not only these two, because Dr. Radile, we need to ensure that this expands. Other colleges as well needs to follow suit. It's going to give us an opportunity to be able to use research, colleagues, to identify the problems, that faces our sector. Not only identify these problems, but also come with suggestion or solution to these challenges that we are having in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't be long. Mine is to acknowledge and introduce the guests that we are having here this morning today. We have the principals of 4 TVET colleges this morning with us. We have Mrs. T.J. Kula, who is the hosting principal of this event. We also have her counterpart, Ubab Mahlangu, who is the principal of the Goldfields TVET College. Amongst our midst as well, we acknowledging the presence of Mr. Mkunu, who is the principal of eThekwini College, as well as Ms. Msimang, the principal of Coastal College. Also, amongst our midst colleagues, we have the partner organization, the Chinese culture. We have Maxim Reth, there she's sitting. She's from the Chinese culture. Already with the Chinese culture, this year alone, we have, I think, close to 20 students that we are sending to China on an exchange program through that partnership. I thought you were going to clap. Thank you to Dr. Lu, JC, and the team at Chinese Culture. Also with us this morning, we have a buyer group. These are our friends, and we're hoping that Warren, we are going to solidify and consolidate this and make sure that it goes to another level. Buyer group is represented this morning by Mr. Warren Sachs. I hope I said it correctly. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Buyer Group, and it tells you the magnitude at which we are taking serious the engagement that we are having with Buyer Group. We also have Mr. Mazia, who is the director at Buyer Group, Mr. Ndlela, and Mr. Rajan Reddy, who is also a director at Buyer Group. We also have Carlos Molefe from the HR section at Buyer Group. We are honored this morning as well to have Ubabu Ngubane. Ubabu Ngubane is a former council member of Elangeni TVET College. I worked with him very closely because he was chairing the partnership subcommittee. There is quite a lot of things involved that we've done with you. And I'm so happy that even now, we are still continuing in that trajectory. Please don't stop, let's continue. We colleagues also have the representation from our sister institution, UKZN this morning. We have Professor Oliver Mtapur, as well as Professor Hugo. Can I say Tina? Thank you very much, colleagues. We also have the members of the senior management of the 2 colleges here Dr. Radile from Goldfields, Ms. Vutuza, the Deputy Principal Registration there, Mr. Mkunu, the Deputy Principal Finance, as well as Mr. Shabani, the Deputy Principal of Elangeni College Finance. We also wish to recognize the presence of all the management members of the two colleges, the campus managers from Goldfields, as well as Elangeni TVET colleges, and all other management staff. Thank you very much, colleagues, for gracing this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sodobe, for those introductions. And on top of me thanking you was that I was going to say Mr. Sachs. Now you have given me the correct pronunciation of that. I'm delighted. Next on my program is Mr. Sachs, our industry partner, buyer group, who is going to give us a message of support. Mr. Sachs is a qualified mechanical engineer. He worked as an engineer before being promoted to managing director and buyer in Envirotech. And currently, he holds a position of Chief Operations Officer and a director overseeing engineering department. Mr. Sachs holds an MBA from Gordon Institute of Business Science. And colleagues, allow me to give a very good round of applause for Mr. Sachs as he come and give a message of support.
Thank you very much, Program Director. If I may, first of all, Program Director, principals, esteemed guests, all protocols observed. I'm under a bit of time pressure and I'm going to sound like a marketing person, but if it would be possible, I'd love to give you a background about the buyer group. And while we're doing that, maybe just a caution. There's a lady, Chimamanda Adichie from Nigeria, who's got a video on YouTube about a single story, the danger of a single story. And maybe when I was introduced, thank you, I don't take offense to misspelling or mispronouncing my name. Please call me Warren, because Sachs is a difficult one. There is no security guard whenever I enter another factory. There is no security guard that doesn't say to me, "I'm Mr. Warren." So I'm more than happy with that. I know I stand here in front of some really esteemed people. I'd just like to say that the problem with a single story is that I come and I look here, thank you, as a white industrialist. Okay, must be monopoly capital, must be a single version of the truth. LB Sachs is my father's brother, my uncle. Okay, so if you want to know the pronunciation, no one's called him Justice Sachs. I'm just saying. But it reminded me of the danger of a single story, and I think in this country in particular, we need to change that narrative. I come from a family of teachers and trade unionists. So we as educationalists have to change that story. And I'm going to give you a brief background to Buyer Group, because we literally around the corner. It took us half an hour to get here because of the traffic, but our factory is literally around the corner. So if I may, I'll just nod. Can you move forward? And we'll move forward quite quickly. So first of all, our heritage, 1929, the next slide please, is a picture of wool sorting that happened down at the harbor. So OTH Bayer arrived here in 1929, and the reason he left Germany was because Hitler was coming to power. Nationalism was spreading through Germany. There was what they called the Beer Hall Putsch, which was the first loss for Hitler, where he tried to overthrow government. And young OTH Bayer at the time decided this didn't resonate with him, and so he moved to Durban, South Africa. He knew a little bit about wool, and so he set up a wool sorting shed down in Maiden Wharf. If you look at the next slide, it gives you an idea. His son, Hans Bayer, on the left, Hans Bayer was fairly well known in Pinetown. eThekwini as well, he was on the Durban Chamber. And he actually built the factories here in Pinetown. So the big factories we've got in Pinetown here were built by Hans Beyer, who unfortunately passed away on the 7th of April last year. And he's left a real gap. On the right-hand side is our board. Sorry, if you could just go back. And it's a story of transformation, except for one obvious thing. And now I sound like a lecturer. What is the one obvious thing that's missing there? Women. But I'm proud to say that although I don't have my doctorate, I did get the top prize for women in manufacturing in my MBA. And I give you my word that we're working on it. It is one of our key objectives. And we spoke, I've heard a lot, Doctor, about collaboration. And this is what's key. But we do it for the right reasons. And we've got a transformation issue there. We need more women on the board. Okay? But we're going down a journey. We acknowledge that. If I could move to the next slide, please. It talks about what we're about. We're a diversified manufacturer. I think most people know us for Bova safety shoes. Okay. Yes, we manufacture Bova safety shoes locally here in Pinetown. Down in Gqeberha and up Wayne Gumboots up in Johannesburg. The key is we employ, in fact, it's now closer on 2,500 people. Industry provides jobs. And I think one of the biggest challenges we have is that education doesn't exist in a vacuum. Manufacturing doesn't exist in the vacuum. Government doesn't exist in a vacuum. And the key is that we need each other. And I think if there's one key story, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, is that we need each other. We need the people who graduate out of your colleges, TVETs, etc., desperately. So we need each other. The other thing is, and I underline the word ecosystem, we have 10,000 lives in our ecosystem. And our ecosystem includes SMEs. You heard me say this, the danger of a single story. Okay. If I asked you one word that comes to mind when we talk about Eskom, I'm not going to ask you, I'm sure it would be load shedding. Let me tell you a different side to that. We're part of their ecosystem because we supply Eskom. We supply them ethically. We do what's right. Eskom requires of us to transform. Eskom has a process called supply development and localization. It forces us to do the things that we should be doing anyway. And that's why we can talk about 10,000 lives in the ecosystem. That's why we can talk about creating and partnering with SMMEs. Okay, it's critical. Really, we help protect and improve quality of life. That's fine, you can move on. Our products, and I'll talk very briefly here, one slide per each. If you can go reasonably quickly through them, please. We have 4 main divisions. The first one, the next slide. Bio Envirotech, that's a filter bag. I think that's from Arnott Power Station. So we supply filter bags. We supply in the order of 250,000 filter bags a year to Eskom. It helps filter the boiler gas so that the dust doesn't go into the air. Okay. We have people who maintain the machines that manufacture that filter bag. We buy the fiber on the right, and the rest of the process is done here in Pinetown. And we supply a filter bag on the left. Okay. We help clean the air. We do the same for the ferrometal industry. So Witbank is our backyard. Okay, Rustenburg. Okay, next slide, thank you. That's downstairs in Pinetown. That's here, Pinetown. It's a world-class competitive manufacturer of dressings that go into chronic wound care. The population in a lot of countries is aging, but the population is growing, and chronic wounds are a challenge. China, for example, is growing rapidly, and it's got a younger population. But there's more access to hydrocarbons, to carbohydrates, sugars and the likes. Diabetes, a lifestyle disease. Diabetic foot ulcers, venous leg ulcers. This is a locally developed, locally patented dressing by local South Africans that we export to the world. I fly this weekend to the USA to talk about the Drawtex dressing that is manufactured and exported to the USA from Pinetown. Okay, next slide, please. McBean Bioplastics, it's known as New Coat. We manufacture PVC tops. Goes onto the side of trucks, taut liners. Covers South African railways when the coal gets shipped by rail, when it does. We manufacture the tarpaulins. We don't make the end product, we make the roll goods. One of the largest plants on the African continent. Okay, next slide, please. Those are just some of the products that we manufacture. Next slide. And then BBF Safety Group, you all know. It's certainly the biggest, or I hope you know, it's one of the biggest divisions. We manufacture protective wear, PPE. We manufacture safety shoes here in Pinetown. We buy our leather locally, by and large. At least 60% of our leather comes locally and uppers. We have a tannery in Wellington. Key contributor to the economy and providing protective wear. Okay, thank you. We also use science, so that PPE for a woman, the Alsisi range, designed by women for women, so you don't have to wear one size bigger overall top. Okay, footwear that's designed for a woman's foot. Okay, marketing over. Next slide, please. Part of what we do is circular economy. Mike Maziera also owns Very Green, and Very Green has active Super Mama range. Recycling is key. We need to teach our kids, we need to educate our young learners about the value of recycling, the circular economy. 4IR is key. Everybody knows about 4IR. But the circular economy, if we don't get it right, we won't have a planet left. And so what we're doing is we're working, for example, we're trying to work with the mines about recycling the PVC gumboots. Bring the PVC back and we'll put it back in the boots. We've got to collaborate, partners. Okay, thank you. Key is empowerment and localization. And I'm sorry I'm talking quickly. I know I only have 20 minutes. But one of the key things that has come out of, for example, Eskom and Transnet and what government policy has driven is that we work together with smaller businesses. And this is a list of the SMMEs we've been involved with. But in particular, I'd like to talk numbers, because one of the things that we were accused of is, okay, buy a group, you make all these products, but tell us the numbers. How do you support these SMMEs? And so the next slide shows you our 2022 spend. And as a group, we spent 6 million rand on enterprise development, supply development, and socioeconomic development. More importantly, we spent nearly 250,000 rand on qualifying small enterprises. We didn't realize how large the number was. And it sounds like marketing arrogance. Please, intellectual arrogance is a dangerous thing. But what it does is it shows how government policy is forcing businesses to spend in the right areas, if it's done right. We're quick to criticize. But these are some of the benefits of it. The next slide in particular, and this is something that was very close to my heart. For those of you who know Dr. Voya Mashlati, the late Dr. Voya Mashlati, she was the head of the Land Reform Commission. She presented her findings to President Cyril Ramaphosa. And she approached the group saying she would like to also get involved in some of the products that we manufacture. And when we spoke about the wool story, it resonated with her. She said, in Butterworth in the Eastern Cape, we've got women who don't have jobs. We've got farmers, small-scale farmers, and she developed an app that could track sheep. And she says, why don't we get together and supply you wool? Because her ultimate ideal would be to buy wool from the rural farmers, wash that wool, and supply by a group. Remember that story? It started in 1929 with OTH Bayer, who knew wool. It started with wool. Dr. Voya Mashlati set up Ivili Loboya in Butterworth, and she now washes wool. That's one of the first pictures sent from Dr. Voya of a young woman who had gainful, what my grandmother used to say would be decent work for the first time in Butterworth in the Eastern Cape. And we buy about 4 tons of wool every month from Ivili Loboya. Here's the key. We didn't replace white monopoly capital with Dr. Voya Mashlati. We replaced imported New Zealand wool with Dr. Voya Mashlati's product. That's how you grow the economy. I'm not saying you don't have to do both, but we have to grow the economy by being more productive internally. Thank you. And then the schools program, part of what we've spoken about and part of certainly my passion. And I'm going to say it like it is. I've had the blessing of going through TWIMS, which is the manufacturing-focused MBA. And with TWIMS, I'll say it like it is. We need to make manufacturing sexy again. Okay, exciting again. Let's keep it tidy. As a leader of the organization, it's really incumbent on industry, and I'm begging the education specialists and those in power in education, please, we need kids to grow up knowing that factories are not dirty places. We're not talking about coal miners. Please, factories are the backbone. It's the multiplier effect of economic activity, of industrialization. Please don't let's deindustrialize. Please let's make kids excited. Tell them the good stories. There's a lady up the North Coast, a woman-owned, black woman-owned business making CMT, okay, overalls, who's got world-class manufacturing. It's in a light, clean environment. Why don't we talk those good stories? It's critical that we get kids excited about it. 4IR is important, but it's not the only thing. The academic stream is critical. But what about the vocational training? What about putting machines together? That's my passion. Okay? I want to buy more machines. Develop school leadership excellence has been part of our passion. Improve the education outcomes. Enable the development of employable scholars. What's the point of training 5 million kids and we don't have jobs for them? It must be the most disheartening thing. Enable the development of employer scholars, but expose them to factories. So one of our programs is and I'll speak to it on my next and last slide, but we bring kids from schools into the factories. And we have our GMs and CEOs taking them through and showing them what's possible in a manufacturing environment. The last thing was to build an inclusive, enabling environment for SMMEs. So part of what I believe we're all responsible for is encouraging small, medium, and micro enterprises. And finally, provide manufacturing job opportunities. That's what we can bring to the party as industrialists. Last slide, it's a bit busy. The academic part of me comes out and says we've got to have a model or a framework. And this is how we viewed it. In the middle is the schools and the bursary program. But without, on the left, industry and the SMEs, and on the right, the community we dead in the water. What we've also realized is once upon a time, we only spoke with Stokozile Secondary School because I personally and through my family knew Mr. Rafael Mtegu, who was the principal of Stokozile Secondary School, and we've always sponsored Stokozile. And then when we got involved with the district, we were told, but why one school? What about Bushlev Mfundo? What about Elanga Secondary? And then what about the youth beneath that? Everybody focuses on STEM subjects, but maybe it's too late to start at matric. Shouldn't we start earlier? So we picked up the 6 feeder schools, the primary schools. And on top of that, I'm involved with a not-for-profit called the Caversham Education Institute, where we've trained 1,500 young women in preschool, early childhood development, teaching, because it fell outside of Department of Ed. So what we've done as a company is now we help out right the way from effectively birth, or grade R, right the way, in fact, pre-grade R, right the way up to secondary school. On top of that, we have a bursary program, undergraduate program, and we sponsor, I think we've got almost 19 engineers coming through. And we've realized we've focused maybe too heavily on the academic stream. And that's why we're here today to support the TVET stream. We then do the TWIMS and the MBA level. We've had 7 students go through there. And what's important is at the top is that we've got representation on the TWIMS Alumni Board, Advisory Board, where we talk as industry and as education specialists. UKZN on the MECING Advisory Board. And then finally, we've partnered with Elangeni TVET. And I believe that through collaboration and partnership, that's how we'll stimulate economic growth and economic activity. And I believe that's what we need in the country. So thank you. From my side, I thank you for the time, and I really do feel blessed with the opportunity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Warren, for that informative presentation. I've picked up few opportunities already for most of us, for most of our students. We are going to move on with the program. And moving on with the program, because we now have our eyes on the TV, let's just keep that trend. We have a message from Dr. Molede, a former lecturer of Goldfields. Yes. Dr. Molede has a diploma in hairdressing and design. Oh, dressmaking, sorry. dressmaking and design, National Diploma in Language Practice, BTech Language Practice, that's a language practitioner, Masters in Language Practice, a doctorate, PhD in language practice. I would love to meet her in person. Dr. Molede is currently a lecturer and departmental manager in communication and science in the Faculty of Humanities in the Central University of Technology in Velcom campus. At least I've got the location. And ladies and gentlemen, let's now have our eyes on the TV and hear the message from her.
External council member of the Goldfields TVET College. And I would firstly like to apologize for not making it to the event today. I really wanted to be there, but due to circumstances, I could not make it. But rest assured, I'm there with you in jubilating spirit. And I would also like to appreciate this gesture by colleagues for me to at least make a video to form part of the event. And with that being said, I would like to congratulate the Goldfields TVET College and also Elangeni TVET College for taking such a giant step, and not only taking the giant step, but be intentional about the step that they're about to take to form part and participate in social research. When we initially started this or established the research committee at the Goldfields TVET College, it was under the guidance and options that we were given by the Higher Education Department to establish some committees under to form part of the academic board. And we saw this specific committee and, through the support of council and, colleagues at the college, especially executive management, we established this specific committee. And the purpose of it was to continue with the recurring theme that is within, higher education, which is to establish research clinics, and through that you diagnose certain challenges within the sector and find solutions, very practical solutions to that. And having seen what has been published out there regarding TVET colleges, both as a student coming from the TVET sector and also a lecturer, a former lecturer of the sector, it always felt like it was from a third person perspective. And really this research clinic was to give opportunity to those that are within this space, as social sciences objectives are for us to form part as community members to solve or resolve our own societal issues, to form part of these research spaces to resolve issues within TVET sector very practically, as people who are within the sector. And that was the whole idea of this specific research clinic. And it was also to share with the world, what it's really within TVET sector, and what are the challenges from, real life perspectives about the challenges that are within the end. What are the solutions? Because sometimes our problems wants us to have solutions for them ourselves. And that was the whole idea of this. Ours was to start small, but dream big. And when Elangeni TVET College, invited us for a meeting and were interested in this, it became so satisfying to see that there are other TVET colleges that are willing to participate in research and resolve these issues, and not only, resolve the issues, but ensure that there's continuity, in the existence of TVET colleges, as this sector plays such an important role, not only in South Africa, but also in the higher education sector. And it was very exciting for that to happen. And it has actually moved fast, to my surprise, that we are here today. And I would like to wish you all of the best for today. And, I've always pledged my commitment, and continuously, and still today, I still pledge my commitment and support towards whatever collaborations and ideas and visions that will come out of this specific, event today, and moving forward from here. All I can say is to wish you all of the best, and I wish you would move forward with this. And we hope to see publications and embetterment of the specific sector of TVET, as we know there are challenges within the sector. Thank you so much. God bless.
We'll talk about laboratories, because the social science research deals with something that you cannot assume. You have to find the reason why things are the way they are. That is the nature of social research, and it's very important. When you see things changing, you touched on the fourth industrial revolution. And there are so many changes that are taking place, and we need to find meaning, and we need to find why things are changing. I'm just being touched on the few things that people are talking when they talk about social research, but we'll talk about those things during tea break. We move forward with our program. Somebody said when we have programs like this that you have time. And he said it's like a surgical precision, that you stick to time. And I'm happy with the pace that we are taking. I'm now going to introduce the Honorable Mr. Mahlangu and the esteemed principal at the Goldfields TVET College. Mr. Mahlangu holds a postgraduate diploma in TVET College Leadership from the University of Pretoria, Bachelor of Education Honors in Curriculum Development from the University of Natal, the then University of Natal. National Higher Education in Post-School Education from the University of South Africa, UNISA. National Diploma in Civil Engineering from the University of Pretoria. Mr. Mahlangu holds a trade certificate as an artisan in both bricklaying and plastering. He has acquired various certifications in project management, monitoring and evaluation. He's an assessor, he's a qualified moderator, and he's a qualified verifier. And Mr. Mahlangu has dedicated over 38 years of his time in the TVET sector. He also holds a position of chairperson of the South African Public Colleges Organization, SAPCO, in the Free State Province. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Mahlangu to come and make his speech.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm forced to go digital. I had quite a number of pieces of A4 papers with me here, and then I was discouraged by my senior managers that they make sure that after attending the launch of the mega 4IRs and colleges where the department and CITAs have established 4IR centers, then we need to show that we are also going in that direction of making sure that whatever you present, make sure that it's digital. Cool. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, let me recognize the program director and also the principal of Elangeni TVET College, Mekula. Mekula, she's having another cap of being the deputy president of SACPO for 50 colleges in the Republic of South Africa. And maybe we've been representing as well in all the sectors and boards, and also making sure that we've got partnerships abroad. So really you are assisting us as colleges. Hence maybe we felt we must visit your college and formalize our partnership so that we've got this marriage. In Africans, we've got this fat and set, which doesn't work. Let me also recognize the governance structures within the college. We know we don't have councils at the moment, but let me recognize them. Also, let me recognize the SRC. Because they are part of the governance structure. And also let me recognize the management and staff of both Elangeni and Goldfields TVET colleges. And also let me recognize the principals who are here from TVET colleges, representing their colleges. And then I think, Dr. Adili, we need to move also into the space of making sure that when we've got such functions, we must invite other principals so that we can share some best practices and how do we intend to do things to improve our performance as TVET colleges. And then also let me recognize all the colleagues, sponsors who are here, industry, business. It's one of the pressing matter as colleges that we cannot just offer programs without forging partnerships with industry. We are compelled, in a manner in which our programs are designed, that the students will do theory and they have to do some practical somewhere. So hence it's very important, and I'm happy that we've got industry here and that they, thank you. Warren, okay, thank you. And also the distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani, good morning. Abshin, Nda, Lochani. I'm just checking if we are still in South Africa, because we've got 12 now official languages. They just, okay, thanks very much. So I will stick to my presentation here, because if you start to off-ramp, you will start to say things, and I was cautioned that we are live. You know, technology will also kicks in sometimes, but I'm going to win at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a significant moment in the history of Goldfields and Elangeni TVET colleges, as we come together to launch a memorandum of understanding that symbolizes our shared commitment to collaboration and partnership. This occasion not only signifies our intent to work together, but also highlight the importance of partnerships in the TVET sector, particularly in areas such as joint research initiatives, staff and students exchange programs, networking, and curriculum development. It is wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, to see the commitment and the enthusiasm from Goldfields TVET College towards fostering collaboration in partnerships with Elangeni TVET community and beyond and beyond. The outlined strategic intentions align closely with the broader goals of the Department of Higher Education and Training to enhance the quality and relevance of technical and vocational education and training TVET in South Africa. Collaboration with joint initiative. Program Director, by joining forces, Goldfields and Elangeni TVET colleges can undertake collaborative research initiatives that contribute to the advancement of TVET education. Throughout joint research projects, we can explore innovative teaching methods, develop new technologies, and address key challenges facing the TVET sector. This collaborative approach not only enhances the academic reputation for both institutions, but also enriches the learning experience in our students. Staff, lecturers, and students exchange programs. Exchange programs for support staff, lecturers, and students between Goldfields and Elangeni colleges can greatly benefit from institutions. These programs provide valuable opportunities for cultural exchange, professional development, and the sharing of best practices. I think, Doctor, you have said a mouthful in making sure that as TVET colleges, we are not working in silos. We are not competing, but we must make sure that we collaborate and we forge partnerships so that we can be able to learn from each other. By exposing our staff and students to different teaching and learning environments, we can foster a more holistic approach to education and training. Networking opportunities between academic and support from both colleges can lead to sharing of best practices and the adoption of new ideas. By creating a platform for collaborations and knowledge sharing, we can improve the quality of education and support services we provide to our students. This networking also facilitates the establishment of professional relationships that can benefit both the college in the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, collaborative curriculum development ensures that the programs offered at Goldfields and Elangeni TVET colleges remain relevant and responsive to the needs of the industry. By working together, we can identify emerging trends, incorporate industry-relevant skills into our curriculum, and ensure that our graduates are well prepared for the demand of the modern workplace. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, partnerships between TVET colleges are essential for driving innovation, improving the quality of education, and enhancing the employability of our graduates. As we embark on this journey of collaboration with Elangeni TVET College, let us embrace the opportunity it presents and work together to create a brighter future for our students and our communities. Thank you very much, Program Director. Ke a leboha.
Re a leboga, ntate. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlangu, for your speech and reassuring the direction where we're going. It's very important that when you get into a flight, you know which direction it is taking. I'm going to share a short story on the people that get into the flight and they are not sure where the flight is going. It's very short. When you fly to Cape Town, you choose whether you fly straight to Cape Town or you stop in Port Elizabeth. And this fellow or these people flew on a flight that is stopping in Port Elizabeth. And in Port Elizabeth, a lady that did not have, in fact, was, what do we call it? We call it visually impaired. That's a correct word. Visually impaired. We don't say blind, we say visually impaired. Asked the pilot to walk the dog, the guide dog, because she was not going to be jumping out. And people just saw this pilot walking, being led by the guide dog. And everybody was very much shocked that all the way from Durban, they are being flew by a person who cannot see. Like I said to you, research is about confirming the things you see, not assuming that they are the way you see, why they are the way. Now, when it was announced, final call, flight to Cape Town, nobody wanted to get back to the flight because they didn't know whether they will get to Cape Town after all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a stage where we are going to take the parallel sessions. We call it parallel sessions in conferences, but because we do not have other venues, so here we will have one session, but we call it a breakaway session. We will have the panel discussions, but as I was being briefed, I always want to take this reference so that people don't say I said, I was briefed. That the team wants to set the shares for the breakaway session. And they are offering you a chance to take a leg stretch and, greet, meet and greet, and have juice and there is no wine, coffee on that side. So just 5 minutes for the team to get their house in order. And when we come back, the members of the panelists will be joining us on stage and as per the program. And please, colleagues, just enjoy yourself, enjoy your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Shall we start? Good morning. My name is Musa Shabane, CFO of Elangeni College. But I'm not here as a CFO. I'm here representing my learned friend, Mr. Sbia, who is responsible for strategic partnership and linkages. He said he would not do this one. He will delegate it to me. I'm hoping that I am going to make sure that the script that he's giving me, I'm not going to deviate away from the script, Mr. Sbia, don't worry. On my left-hand side, I've got Warren from Bayer Group, Mrs. TJ Kula, our courageous leader from Elangeni TVET College. In this college, we don't tell, we show. We show, we don't tell you. And then we've got Professor Tina. He is our learned friend who assisted us a lot when we were doing academic conference, where we were asking ourselves the question, how can we ensure that this college is industry driven and market-led? For us is relevance and collaborative effort to make sure that AI-driven solutions are used to make sure that we are a college of choice, or a strategic college of choice for industry and community. He played a key role in ensuring that that happens. And then on the fourth one there, Umacingwane, who is the college principal from eThekwini College. Welcome, Macingwane. These are the theme that we are going to be looking at is strategic partnership business model that seeks to support radical implementation of centers of specialization in a TVET college. You got it? I'll repeat. This panel is going to be dealing with looking at strategic partnership business model that seeks to support radical implementation of centers of specialization in a TVET college. One of the things that we are going to be looking into is that we make sure that we are QCTO aligned. We are market driven and industry led. I think those are very, very, very important. But I'm not here to answer to the questions that I'm going to be posing to them. I'm going to be asking the question that I expect them to be impromptu. Give me the answers impromptu. I will start. Who wants to start? On my left. Okay. I'll start on my left. And Warren, the question is, to enhance collaboration between industry and TVET colleges, what would you recommend on the structured partnership frameworks that are going to make sure that this college is industry relevant and market driven.
I need to be quite honest. I feel like I'm on my TWIMS MBA again. Okay. I feel like my group is waiting for me. What is the rubric? How am I marked on this? I think, okay, from an industry perspective, industry is very outcomes driven. So for us, one of the absolutely first things is if we don't deliver, we out. The market is ruthless. From an industry side, the products that we supply, if we mess up, we know about it immediately. And I think if we base it on outcomes, that's the first thing we need to remember. So how do we make it relevant? There are a whole lot of players in this game. So the first one is that industry is not very trusting. It's fairly cutthroat. So there's a requirement, in my view, to set the groundwork to start to build that level of trust with industry, and that focuses on outcomes. But it's not a one-way street. I don't have the answers. If I had the answers, I think that's what I'd be doing for a living. But we've got to change that narrative, and we need to get industry on board. We've seen it from an industry perspective in that skills are scarce, and not only, and I'm cautioning, not only fourth industrial revolution skills. It's not only about curriculum. It's also about how we as industry guide and lead in terms of these are the skills we require. We make footwear. Footwear is cut from leather that comes from a cow. Okay? It's not theoretical. So we need to look at the outcomes. The outcome is that we want to sell more shoes, that we can employ more people, and we can be sustainable. We're 95 years old. We need to last longer than 95 years. So outcomes, collaboration. Change that narrative of TVETs. I talk honestly, and I hope it's not uncomfortable. Everyone would talk about the Olifantsfontein red ticket. Okay, if you wanted a trade test in the days of old, we've got to change that. What is applicable for us? What is applicable for industry now? So it's an outcomes-based, needs-led. Then I also think, and I feel like I'm shooting from the hip here. I hope I'm getting marked okay. Who's adjudicating? But the involvement, for example, of CETAs. Rajan and the team recently went up, I think it was in April, and there's critical skills, the identification of critical skills. Let's do it in partnership. And I think there is an attempt to do that. I would propose that more work needs to be done there. And if I may, if you look at the KZN region, and please, I'm not limiting it only to KZN, especially with Goldfields being here, but look at KZN. Have come through flooding, looting, COVID. Yet we've got on our premise, within our province, we've got Toyota, one of the larger car manufacturers. We've got Elangeni TVET just around the corner from us. We've got UKZN on our doorstep. We've got, for example, Bayer Group. We've got local manufacturers, local TVET, local education, undergrad and postgrad. And then we've got the TWIMS, Toyota Wessels Institute of Manufacturing Studies. And yet we've never sat in a single forum together. So my last point, because I don't want to dominate it, is I think there's a requirement for a lot more collaboration, but face to face. That would be my suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Mario.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, may I say something to add on what you have said on the same issue?
On the same issue,
Yes.
okay. Come, Macingwane.
I think when we look at the partnership area, problem starts with our basic education, because you will find that the metrics are measured with the number of students passed without looking at the programs or the subjects that are being offered there. We look for maths and science in TVETs and universities and technicons. However, in basic education, they are offering maths lit. Then that's where the problem starts. So there should be a partnership starting from the basic education. And then when we look at the TVET colleges themselves, we deal mostly with the ministerial programs, which we are given, that these are the programs that needs to be taught and will be funded according to that. We need to look into that and have a review in such a way. TVET must be in a position to develop programs with industry, which will talk to what industry needs, rather than training for the sake of training. Because we've got a number of students which when they finish in either N6 or level 4, they don't have jobs. They cannot be employed. Why? They are not relevant to what is in the industry. But if there could be a situation where there are programs that are developed between the industry and the college. For example, as he rightfully said that there's Toyota and other industries, you find that each and every industry maybe have partnership with a college in collaboration or in dealing with a certain program that will assist the college and the industry to be relevant in training students that will be participating in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mapkangwane. 1994, our first Minister of Education, do you remember who he was? Yes. He came up with what? OBE. What is Warren saying? Outcome based. Did we shed the OBE early? Because what is happening now, I think that we need to come up with the right kind of OBE so that it can talk to the industry objective. It must meet the industry needs and it must be market driven. Maybe we have gone full circle. I think UCT or centers of specialization, I think they saying as TVET colleges, we need to be outcomes based, but for the sake of the industry. Tina, I will save the best for last. I will go to Tina. Professor Hugo, your question is, what are the current trends and best practices in TVET research that are related to centers of specialization? What are the current trends and best practice in TVET research related to centers of specialization? Can you share any recent study or findings that highlight the impact of specialized training program on student outcomes, industry partnership, and regional economic development?
So I'm going to try and talk about it in terms of what's going on in centers of specialization and the kinds of training that's going on there. Yeah. And the first thing to say is that there's this real difficulty we're having in the centers of specialization where you've got students who you are hoping are going to be skills driven, okay, are going to sign up with a company, so they're going to come with a set of ethics and a set of behavior patterns. They're going to want to wake up in the morning, go to work, learn the skills that they have to learn how to look after their tools, learn all the basic discipline kind of attitudes that they need. And on top of that, also learn the theoretical and the skill set that they need to do. Now, the issue with that is that as good as that sounds, and it is good when it works, is it's incredibly difficult to hold and sustain in the South African context. So we know from our colleges of specialization that some of them are working, and I've got Nklanka Ngubane, who's my doctoral student, actually working specifically on this issue. So we know that there's some centers of specialization which are working and working well, but we know there's many which are struggling. And often the reason why they're struggling is because they're not in an area which actually has the development and the industry that they need to be able to do it. You can't set up a center of specialization in a rural area and somehow hope miraculously that all the partnerships we're talking about, right? Industry, colleges, universities of technology, SMEs, that whole infrastructure needs to be all working together at the same time. And if you don't have those things holding together and just one thing falls apart, like for example, you don't sign the contracts, or you don't get the company, or the bursaries aren't paid, or the TVET college is struggling with getting the workshops going, just one thing out of all those things falls apart, the whole thing drops.
Yeah.
So it's a really complicated thing to do well in South Africa.
Yeah.
And because of that, as much as I support centers of specialization,
Yeah.
I think it's a very good idea. The research coming out in it is very mixed because it's a very complex thing to hold together.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Tina.
No, so thank you, Nklantle Ngubane.
I'll move. Is there anything you would, but hold that thought, move. Conversations around the issue of public-private partnerships have dominated senior management because as government institutions, we were very, very good at talking to ourselves. We say we want public partnership, but we don't speak to private sector. And that has actually been a major sore point in us executing centers of specialization and industry-led and market-driven syllabus. But I'm happy that, Warren, you are here in representing the industry to say government is not that bad. There is a lot of efficiency here and effectiveness, and we don't tell, we show. So we are prepared that in this partnership, Elangeni and Goldfields, to lead the pack in terms of making sure that we don't just tell. We show that it can happen, and today is the day that is so important to us. Matsingwan, you're not going to get away with your question. What strategies has the college implemented to ensure successful implementation and sustainability of centers of specialization? How are you fostering collaboration with industry, government agencies, and other stakeholders to enhance the quality of training and support student success in specialized trade?
Thank you. I'm laughing when you call Hugo Tina, because my name is Nati, which is you just tweak your Tina to Nati. Colleges at large, their mandate is to ensure that students are produced to become artisans. Now, we have a shortage of artisans in our country. Now, for us to be able to do that, we can't do it alone as colleges. But I must also say this, which was said by my learned friend who started this conversation, that now we are no longer only looking at Olifantsfontein for trade testing. We do trade testing now in our colleges. Secondly, we need to have partnership with both SETAs and industry. Not forgetting that we have QCTO, which looks at our programs and see if they are accredited on occupational programs. Now, as colleges, now we need to come to a stage where we don't work or train everything as mixed masala, but we need to be specialized and be able to, we visited Thailand some years ago. We discovered that there is this issue of adopting a college by an industry, whereby a college is partnering with an industry. As a learner from grade 7 is no longer going just mainstream, but from grade 7, you find that a learner is moving between a college and an industry, which that industry is partnering with the college. That's why we specialize, so that we know exactly that even the SETA, you don't just move to all 21 SETAs just looking for money, but you focus on those SETAs that are specialized. For example, if you deal with mechanical, you know that you need to have MESITA with you,
Yes.
and the industries also should be relevant one which deal with mechanical programs or mechanical courses.
Yeah.
Now that one will assist a student from early stage, because sometimes if you take a person with matric doing biology and history, and then you take that matriculant to start doing electrical engineering or millwright or whatever, you'll find a problem of, firstly, terminology on dealing with those issues. But if that student or that learner from grade 7, with the partnership between the TVET college and the industry, or there is an adoption of a college in that industry, and the student come from level grade 7, that learner will be able to learn from the known to the unknown.
Yeah.
And it's easy to develop that learner. By the time a learner gets out with a diploma or whatever level, that learner knows very well not only the theory part, but the industry itself.
Yeah.
I remember, because I'm coming from that background, I was an apprentice in instruments. But I had to look for apprenticeship on my own, because there was no partnership between Swinton Road at the time, which is Coastal now, and any industry. Now, when you get to that industry, you don't even know what you're doing here. You have 3 weeks or 3 months moving around being taught, this is boiler, this is fitting and turning, this is what, and also the factory is divided into 3. This is what is happening here. You see, it takes time until you establish, or you know exactly what is happening. But if that learner from grade 7 has been there, partnership will be effective and will produce the correct or the right artisan, which will be also assisting in the industry and the economy of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark Zengwane. And your mentioning of the SETAs, as a finance person, SETAs are nothing else but banks that are funding skills development and occupational program. So I think with our industry partners and the market, we need to start to produce business plan, groundbreaking business plan, and submit it to them and not wait for conditional grants. Those conditional grants, we should develop them so that they speak to what the industry needs. Because part of what this research partnership is going to do is to make sure that we do that. SETAs, they cannot just come up with programs that are not fit for purpose. They have got to be fit for purpose, because there's a lot of money that is sitting there, and as a banker that is supposed to make sure that those the products that you are developing, they must make sense in our economy. So I think we just need to be smart in terms of making sure that we deal with the SETAs. As I've said, I'm saving the best for last. This is TJ Kula. In your view, what are the key challenges and opportunities facing TVET colleges in developing centers of specialization?
Thank you, facilitator. My question is a little bit difficult. Others were, they had easy questions. So, I think since you started talking here or facilitating, you call Professor Hugo Tina, and I want to explain why he is saying Tina. Is not his name, but Tina, because Professor Hugo, when he was talking in the last conference that we had as an institution, talking about the changes that we want to embark on with regards to occupational programs, that he was emphasizing that there is no one that is going to do it, but it is us.
Yeah.
And us means Tina.
Yes.
So I just wanted people to know that it's the background is like that. It is the same thing with the centers of specialization. The challenges that we are having is that we need to make sure that we make it work.
Yeah.
By looking at these challenges.
Yeah.
We know that when it was established, it was there was a challenge of funding. Hence, a number of TVET colleges does not have centers of specialization.
Yeah.
And also, it needs qualified expertise
Yeah.
that has to go on the trade centers so that they will be able to produce what is relevant in terms of centers of specialization.
Yeah.
So those things are needed to be worked on by us, because a number of specialized artisans, apprentices, and all those who are specialized in the industry, they do not like to come and work in our institutions because of money. And
Yeah.
we have few in South Africa.
Yeah.
So therefore, it then says we need to develop more youth in ensuring that we create more skilled
Yeah.
people, so that we won't have a challenge of having expertise that will be able to run the centers of specialization.
Yeah.
The other problem that you are having is infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's a challenge. We don't have workshops, relevant workshops, is the by the way.
Yeah.
So what we need to do, us, Tina, is to make sure that we do the analysis of what kind of workshops do we have. Are the workshops that we have relevant to what is taking place now?
Yeah.
So if we want to embark on the partnership with Bear, Warren, we need to have the relevant workshop that is going to talk to what
Yeah.
a Bear is looking for.
Yeah.
If I don't have that workshop infrastructure, there is no relationship that I'm going to have with Bear, because
Yeah.
I cannot be able to produce a student that Bear needs.
Yeah.
So those are the challenges that we need to look at. But I think we are in a right track.
Yeah.
The right track is that we are launching this research today. And this research that we are launching, together with Goldfields, we have a big responsibility of ensuring that how are we going to make sure that we have occupational programs that are relevant.
Yeah.
And to have those occupational programs, it is not by means of myself or Mchunu or Msimango that will say, hey, we ask curriculum, can you please apply for logistics? It doesn't go like that. We need to research.
Yeah.
We research because demographics are not the same. I cannot say in Goldfields they have this program. Yeah, you have a very good program. I think we can do it.
Yeah.
It does not go like that.
Yeah.
If we really want to develop and establish a strong economy in South Africa, research is the most important thing, so that we are able to build correct, relevant infrastructure,
Yeah.
and also develop right, relevant programs that will be able to talk to all these industries that we are talking about. And what is good is that for us to have all those centers of specialization that we are talking about, to be able to overcome those challenges, we work with industries.
Yeah.
We have UPEA here. We have to come up with programs that are relevant between the college and Bear,
Yeah.
so that we will know exactly that students that are going to come up from that program will be able to survive at Bear more than 20 years, up until they take pensions.
Yeah.
As they said, they want to live more than 95 years that they have
Yeah.
here. So it is what we need to look at. So now, the ball is in our hands. It
Yeah.
is Tina
Yeah.
that we need to make sure we robustly and try and navigate and develop all what is relevant for our institutions, TVET colleges, to be relevant to the community, to be relevant in developing and making the economy of South Africa strong with the rightful skills that we're
Yeah.
supposed to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal. As we used to say in this college, inkulu lento. This thing is big. It's big. And the only people who are going to make sure that it happens, itina. Ngesingisi bathi, if it is to be, it is up to us. If it is to be, it is up to us. Itina kuphela who are going to make this happen. Not people who are coming from China, not Americans, not Germans, but yithi laba. Can you please give a big round of applause for our panelists? May I take this opportunity to get the floor to respond? Shavika, how many minutes do we have? Thank you so much. I've got a hand there. A second one. A third one. Okay, I will start there. Yes, sir. Roving mic. Oh, thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ratsilo Maleke. I am from Goldfields TVET College. I'm the campus manager at Dosa campus. I think I need to appreciate this particular event that was initiated by both colleges. I think we are learning at the end of the day. But here's a question. We are talking about a partnership. We are talking about collaboration. But who should initiate this partnership? Who should initiate this collaboration? Because at the end of the day, if colleges are then expected to each and every time initiate, it is going to be a huge task for us. I'm thinking that if, however, we can identify, like here at Elangeni, the principal just mentioned the fact that the workshops are not equipped enough. But can an industry come to the college and say, can we sponsor or can we build this particular workshop, because we need students that can be able to be relevant to our company. At the end of the day, that particular industry or company is going to benefit, because the college will be producing students, they will be employing, and the economy of the country will be improving each and every time. That's my suggestion going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Who's going to take that one? We will take all three of them, but who?
You want me to feel that? I think it's
We'll fill that. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Question?
Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful and informative discussions. I am tempted to ask all the panel members questions, but I'll just ask one overall question. Warren, sorry, you are the only stakeholder outside industry partner who is here. For you as an industry partner, what will make you to be part of a partnership? And what will be the deal breaker? What will make you to come in or leave the partnership if you're speaking on behalf of the partners? I'm asking this because, you know, some industry partners are not willing, they don't see the benefits, and some come in quick and go out as fast as they can. So what will entice you to come in, and what will be a deal breaker if you're already in? Thank you.
Great question. Come.
Thanks, Dwala, for the opportunity. My question is to Warren, unfortunately. But also, I want to also ask Professor Hugo a question as well. Warren, from the experience, you know, we've engaged with quite a number of industries, and some of them, they are state-owned enterprises. For example, your Transnet, you know, your Toyotas, your BMW. Quite a number of these companies, you find that they've set up their own training institute. So if you want to reach out to them to say, let's find the area of collaboration, our expertise is skills development and training, they will simply say to you, but we have our own. My question to you is, in your thinking, how do you think we can change this picture? Because for me, it seems like it's a duplication. You have a public institute that has been resourced by government to undertake training as its core business. But here on the other side, then you also have industries duplicating such. Can we, through the collaboration, leverage the utilization of the resources that we have, you know, whereby even the private sector can come and assist the public institute, you know, to facilitate the training? To Prof. Hugo, you know, I just want to check, how can we deal with the issues of articulation more easier between the universities and universities of technologies and TVET colleges? Because currently I know that we probably have a challenge there. And what role can research play, you know, in order to try and, because I see this as a problem, you know, maybe through research, how can we be able to deal with this challenge and probably maybe come with solutions and to say, how do we address this solution? Thank you.
Thanks, Komo. The man of the moment, Warren.
Okay, if I may, and I'm cautious about rambling, and it's quite difficult to respond coherently on such a broad topic because it talks to the economy as well. So in answer to the first question, would we partner and invest in a workshop? And let me maybe also to the second question talk about what would keep us involved, and maybe let me cover all three of the questions if that's okay, because they're similar. From an industry side, you can't invest unless there's a return. Otherwise, you're irrelevant. We've tried in the past, we've made a lot of mistakes. We're honest about it. We've made mistakes in the past. We've had big challenges in our business. I know it looks like it's easy, it runs well, everyone talks profit. We've had many years where things have been exceptionally tight. And my team will know it. It's about a business model. And I think you've summed it up perfectly. It's almost a lean principle. If you don't leave a TVET or an institution like UKZN without an understanding of lean principles, you've got to do more with less, because that's what the world is doing. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. Would we invest? Of course we'd invest, if it doesn't duplicate. And I don't believe, and this is coming from a very naive, unresearched, so please, I can't quote references here, but my sense is that there's not enough of that collaboration to understand where the gaps are, so that we have a lean methodology where we say, why set up 4 or 5 workshops? There's a lot of state-owned assets, not enterprises, that are sitting unutilized because industry hasn't partnered to work with them. And we've got a case we were discussing earlier where there's, for example, the CSR has got equipment that we could use. Why don't we use it? We can't create white elephants. We've got to invest wisely and we've got to measure the return on that. So in summary, yes, we'd be more than willing to look at it. But what is the business model? Second thing is that industry is competitive, and there's also the DTRC is there to make sure that there isn't anti-competitive behavior. Industry doesn't particularly necessarily like to work together. The automotive is very good at it. They've got supply development programs. They're probably the most advanced. But for example, take the footwear sector. The footwear sector is in a hell of a difficult situation because they've got competition from imports, cheaper imports. And even with the duty structures in place, it's a very competitive industry. So were we to set up for example, a footwear workshop or a footwear center of specialization, we would be on board because we don't believe that we can do it on our own. But it's about how does industry partner as well. It's not just about one company, it's about an industry. And that's where I feel CETA's potentially had an opportunity to get involved, because the CETA is sector specific. So fiber processing and manufacturing CETA, for example. We're a very disparate industry. Industry needs to get together better. And the CETAs. Then you said what would attract us, what would cause us to be interested? People talk about there's a lack of skills. I think that's an excuse. I think it's very easy to say there's a lack of skills. I think the problem is linking the skills up with industry. I'm talking now from an industry perspective. The second thing is to make sure that the incumbent who leaves, or the potential future employee who leaves the TVET, understands more, I think, and what our speakers were just talking about, more than just the vocational skill about a lathe. How does that fit into the value chain? How does that provide economic stimulation? How does that add to our productivity and profitability? Because without it, we won't be around in 95 years. So if we can link closer, and if the TVETs could provide graduates or vocational, let's call it specialization, that feeds into the value chain of the business productively, we are there completely. And to answer really, I think the third part of the question, we wouldn't want to do skills training if we didn't need to. Okay? Really, that's not our forte. We make shoes, we make filter bags, we run big machines. We want to take input raw materials and convert them to outputs as efficiently as we can. We struggle access to finance exactly like everyone in the room does. We have to learn how to deal with it. And so we don't want to have to spend on things like training if we don't need to. But we absolutely believe that we have to spend on training. So if you can do that for us, we would support it fully. Okay? There's no reason to stop. I'm oversimplifying. Clearly there'll be a challenge. Yes, but what if you train up people for our competitors? Funnily enough, we lose a lot of staff to Toyota because people would rather work for a manufacturer who makes cars than a manufacturer who makes we shoemakers, okay, cobblers. So there's obviously always that risk. But I think their industry needs to also change and understand that if we don't do it in some way together, there will be no future. If we don't grow the economy, we won't have customers. I hope that answered to some extent the question. Are you satisfied with that? Okay.
Thanks so much, Warren. I think in the interest of time, we're going to have to end this conversation. Once again, give this panelist and yourself a big round of applause. Thank you so much. If you can just stay here, because we've got some goodies that we need to give to you.
Thank you very much. I thought I'm done, but it's fine. I'm told that you're taking a group photo. Are they looking at you? You will indicate when you're happy. If you want them to smile, are you done? Oh, Sigalela, okay. But keep taking a video in the meantime. So, just keeping them busy, so it's fine. Yeah. Are you? Oh, okay. There is Plan B. They will. I hope you know what you're doing. But moderator, yes. You happy? Okay. Mr. Zungu has got some goodies. I'm sure you are not declaring in the private sector, you are not declaring, so it's fine. Or you are declaring? Okay. Oh, okay. Moderator. Okay, a group photo when with the bags. Yes, group photo. Is it Lamina okay? Okay. Can we give them a very big round of applause as they go down? And in that process, we then call on the next panelist to come and. Yes. Now you take over.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elangeni TVET. I'm the Deputy Principal Corporate Services at Goldfields TVET College. I just want to take off the jacket because it's getting hot after the first session, if you don't mind. In our second session, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Francis Mahlangu, the principal of Goldfields TVET College. I said to him when I ascended the stage, he's not my principal. He'll my principal when I descend, because that Mahlangu. Then Prof. Mtapuri, Tate Oliver. I love the name, Oliver. Prof comes from University of KZN. Thank you so much, Prof. Ndate Ngubane, may you please join us. If you don't mind, sit on the far right. No, far left, sorry. Former council member and chairperson of partnerships at Elangeni TVET College. Then Mem Simang, the principal, Coastal TVET College. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. That Mahlangu, I also tried to be for IR. Yeah. Colleagues, we're going to deal with future trends and sustainability development in the TVET sector within South Africa, but also bearing in mind that South Africa, we are the citizen of the world. I'm trying to bring you to the attention of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, and the Africa we want, Africa 2063, and our National Development Plan, and so forth and so forth. So our question, the first question, I want to direct it to Ntate Ngubane with regard to the TVET relevance, in the modern economy. As you talked to us, bring us closer to, the policy framework, within the TVET sector, that, the National Development Plan, the white paper on post-school education, our EER plan that was introduced after the COVID pandemic, the 4IR. And also, if you have time, just touch on future jobs. But I think the audience will also maybe assist in that as well. But help us to navigate around skills alignment within the TVET sector curricula. The skills demand. I know that the first panel, talked to it, but I think talk to that as well, especially considering the technological advancement, digitization, and green economy.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You check if the mic is on, Tata.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity. And also, I would like to thank the panel that was here before us, because they did set a very good ground for this discussion. And the issue that is raised in this discussion is about the future trends and sustainability, and the role of the TVET College in future and jobs creation in this country. When I've been privileged to sit at the council of Elangeni College, and when I joined them 5 years ago, which was our 5-year term, I felt guilty when I got exposed, and thanks to the management and the department for giving that opportunity to sit in the council. But I felt guilty because in 2004, I was involved in a massive program which was funded by DANIDA, that is Danish Development Agency, which was about a R1 billion project.
Wow.
To restructure the TVET colleges in the country. I was the chief advisor for the program.
Wow.
And we work in 4 provinces: Northwest, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape, and supporting TVET colleges. This college also was one of the TVET colleges. As you walk in the door, you see this boardroom is named Danida Boardroom.
Okay.
They were the beneficiary of a lot of engagement. And what the program was in 2 phases. It lasted for 6 years. That's what donor programs have. They've got lifespan. And the first phase, the 3 years, it was a collaboration between the Department of Education. There was no DHCT at the time, the Department of Labor, and the TVET colleges. The one challenge that we faced in the first 3 years was we'll have first meetings which were chaired by the DGs of both departments, Department of Labor and Education. And then we people who need to operate and work with the different departments and officials, these colleagues from these 2 departments will just refuse to sit together in one room. It was very difficult. But after 3 years, one of the recommendations we made was that probably because the TVET colleges, the structures, are accountable to the Department of Education, maybe let's work only with the DOE. But you recall at the time that the issues of skills rested with the Department of Labor. So the TVET colleges, the point I'm trying to make here, that TVET colleges have always found themselves being an orphan. No one wanted to acknowledge where exactly they belong, and no one has given them any direction, which has made them to always be on a catch-up mode. when it comes to issues of investment, when it comes to issues of proper programs in this country. It also happened then that in 2009 there was this change whereby all of a sudden they became centralized. They were no longer now accountable to the provinces. They were now centralized to the National Department of Higher Education, meaning that all the responsibilities in terms of employment, in terms of guidance, in terms of curriculum, everything now was coming centrally from Pretoria. So where does that leave the industry at local level? It means there becomes confusion in terms of how these colleagues who are new in the sector, because with the amalgamation of about 150 colleges, you now have 50 mega campuses. And it means that we need to start afresh in terms of recruiting new people to come and manage colleges. People like the principal were the new guards who came in also fresh with a bit of experience in the industry, but obviously the old guards who were there were also not willing to share the information, engage with them, make sure that they tell them that there's buyer across the corner, that you can also link them with the Toyota across the corner. So they were on their own, you know. Abu Mr. Simanga from Coastal, I used to engage with them also. They're also in loss because they are faced now with different campuses, one at Lamontville, one at Umlazi, one at Makuta, and all those kind of responsibilities were becoming a problem. So these are institutions that are doing a lot of cash up. And I think I'll argue that they are 20 years behind in terms of what has happened in terms of the restructuring in this country, which means there's a lot of work that's still to be done. And one wants to pledge with the industry that understand where they come from. It's not been easy in terms of setting up the infrastructure, setting up the systems and everything. And I will also like to refer to what the CFO, who was chairing the previous meeting, when he said that the SETAs are like banks that are holding resources. The reason why we're sitting in this room, we don't have a SETA that is responsible for the industry, is pointing exactly to that challenge in terms of also how do you bring those guys on board? And it's not because of lack of trying from the side of the organizers that the SETA must be part of this engagement. They did. You can imagine then for a college sitting at Nongoma, Umtashane, how do you think they'll engage with the SETA that is in Durban or Pretoria to engage with them in terms of engagement? So my point is SETAs TVET colleges are catching up. And they need a lot of support. They need a lot of understanding. But our worry again is that the students who are coming out of these TVET colleges become, at the end of the day, the collateral damage. We're sitting here with how many colleges? 3 colleges, Elangeni, Tegwini, and Coastal. And I did a quick back of the envelope calculation. They cater for almost 50,000 students combined. 50,000 students. You can imagine then that all the students, which was also my sense of guilt when I joined the council of the college, that where do they go when they graduate, the students, with no partnership with the industry? Where do they go? So the challenge is huge. The challenge is that we have ignored for a long time. And also the reality of the situation is that there's a lot of hard work that is being done in pulling together structures. My last point, if you look at the throughput of the colleges, which is properly documented by the department, by throughput, we mean that how much time each student spent in this college, in these colleges on a 3-year program. And the throughput tells us that those who are able to finish on time, the average recently gave us something like 13 to 15%. It tells you of a lot of challenges that are there in the sector. So the reality of the situation is that the work that we started now with this partnership can be able to achieve a number of issues, but we must understand we have a lot of work to do. And there's a lot of also challenges when it comes to employability, when it comes to systems. But we are saying that what we have started on the right footing, and this will address us and address the system as moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam. Ma'am Simang, relevant to modern economy. May you kindly assist us, you know, I know the issue of industry partnerships was touched, but now we're talking, you know, this modern economy. How important, you know, the partnerships between TVET colleges, industry, to ensure that training programs are tailored, you know, to meet this demand. And also the issue of quality assurance, because one of the panelists from industry was saying, you know, if you don't satisfy your customers, you know, your throat is cut, you know, immediately. Now, as TVET colleges address us on those two aspects, you know, how must we tailor our program, you know, to meet the needs and the demands of modern economy, and how are we going to ensure that our output, you know, meet the quality that will be demanded or required? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator leader for our team. Mr. Sachs, I think I think he gave a background or the nitty-gritties that the industries expect. Industry is all about profit, and for us as TVET colleges, how then do we collaborate with industry so that we provide the right skills for them to make profit and also create jobs? So basically is what also was covered by the previous panel, to say we need to, as colleges, in as much as we want industry to play a part or to play the ball, we need also to play the ball too, by ensuring that when the programs that we are offering, how are they relevant, number one? Have we actually established what our local engagement of the industries around ourselves? Have we really established as to what is it that they need? And the initiatives like the one that has been, that we are here for, where the Goldfields and Elangeni are collaborating on research, is all about that. Because sometimes we think that Bayer's group, they need 1, 2, 3, because we are looking from outside. But for us to know what is it that Bayer group requires, we need to go inside there. And also, we need also not to be afraid, you know, because sometimes we feel that when I approach Bayer group is not going to accept me, but have I really gone in there? And also we've got, we're at a stage where as TVET colleges, we realize that now we need research so that we can get real facts and proven facts. And we need to collaborate as well with universities, because universities are the ones that have been doing research for ages. And hopefully they won't see us as competition, Professor Mtopuri, because we know that universities are also gauged by the research. And also us as TVET colleges, we need to venture there. And then for us also to be able, because the capacity is also an issue, so it means we need to get closer to universities and also couple that with the industry, us being in the middle. And also the trend is more digital, you know, digital these days. And also we need to take our lecturers along. You know, we've got the old guards in our academic staff, where you find that when you speak of online teaching and gadgets, sometimes it's a bit scary for them, but we need to take them along. I'm reminded that when I was a campus manager, I bought a software, I was thinking big, because I was thinking, software is going to enable my lecturers to teach maths better, because the young ones are into technology. They can manipulate the cell phones and stuff like that. The students were excited, but guess what? The lecturers were scared, such that my software ended up being a white elephant. But I said to myself, I've spent money by buying this software. Let me get into my lecturers. So we need also to ensure that we don't leave them behind. I have a 4-year grandson. He watches his cartoon using the iPad. And he can manipulate it and get into things that I never thought he would be able to do it at his age of 4 years. So it's saying the trend is digital in nature. Let us walk the path together, and also it will also assist our learners also, even to learn better, and to learn quicker, and also address the issues of throughput, as it was mentioned by Mr. Ngumane next to me, to learn better. So I think we've got a long way to go, and but we are getting there, and we are starting to talk to each other, industry, universities. So I think if we continue in that trend, we will then be able then to cover the things that some, like we mentioned, like quality. Are we really producing quality? Tracking our learners, where do they go to? We get excited during graduations to say we've graduated so many learners in a particular year, but do we really know where they go? And for us to know that, research is the key. So that we are at the right track, and hopefully what has been done today will also extend to us. We are learning, Mchono and myself, Tegwini and Coastal, we are learning to say, let us also join, and don't be left while the train is moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Sima. Prof, you're gonna be the last. Yeah, apologies for that. Ma'am Sima, thank you so much. You raised the issue of our lecturers. I think, when these exciting developments come, we tend to leave them behind, and they are the ones, who can break and make, the success of everything that we want to introduce at colleges. I want you to help us when we address issue of inclusive integration and participation of our graduates in the economy. 2 issues for me: employment opportunities and entrepreneurship. Because interestingly, Mr. Sachs talks about development of SMMEs, because expectation is that not all of them, will be absorbed by industry. So talk to me or to the audience, around the issues of employment opportunities and entrepreneurship. Highlight for us colleges fostering entrepreneurship and innovation, and what support mechanism, can colleges come up with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator. Let me also thank the opportunity so that we can share information to make sure that we are relevant as TVET colleges. In terms of the employment opportunities, I think for years and years we are faced with challenges in terms of industry not being happy with our product. And when the colleges were turned into TVET colleges from further in education, I think the idea was to make sure that we give practical to our students. Because when you look before that, there was a challenge of students completing up to N6 not having a practical. So it was very difficult for the students to be employed. So after the government has introduced TVET colleges, that we need to zoom into vocational education. It brought something which we say our students will be able to do a high percentage in terms of practical. And it forces us as colleges to forge partnerships with industry so that we can be able to assist those learners. And for NCV also, there is that exposure part where the students must be exposed to the industry markets, and so that they can be able to connect between what they are studying through theory. They can be able to do that and understand the part of practicals. So the employment is really something which we need to look into something big. That if you've got students, I think May mentioned something regarding that when we've got graduations, we've got this number of high students which are graduating. But at the end of the day, when you see that and said we had about 600 to 800 students graduating, are those students going to be employed? And you won't have an answer. You don't have that assurity that they'll be employed. So hence, as colleges, I think I'm going to touch on that also of the establishing the research unit. By establishing the research unit, you will have the facts. But at the moment, we are just a sort of thinking, is this best for our college? Is this best to make sure that we are giving students what is correct, what will contribute towards the economy of the country? So, as colleges also, we have been given an opportunity to establish the centers of entrepreneurship, where we need to look into making sure that we give an extra skill to our students who must not be job seekers, but they must look into creating jobs for the country, which is something which we are zooming more into it. And the department also, they're trying to make sure that all the colleges, we established our centers for entrepreneurship, so that we must have an add-on on our qualification that students must do entrepreneurship, so that they can be able to create jobs for other people. So it's very important that as colleges, we need to zoom into that and see how best can we use these centers. Because there is quite a number of factors in the entrepreneurship. I think we've got one where we sort of have to align it to make sure that we cater more for our students. But in terms of the funder, concentrate more on small businesses which are already established, so that they must get skills. So for us, for our own students, we need to maybe come up with a program which, if students are doing 4 subjects, then we give the 5th subject as something which will open up, so students will be able to understand entrepreneurship as a program. And then once again, we as colleges, we need to have this monitoring and evaluation processes in a very formal way, in making sure that after our students are trained, they've graduated, how do we follow them? if you've got 800, how many of them already, even before they complete their practical, being absorbed by the market? And thereafter, what about the others who are not absorbed by the market? What do we do? So if we've got the research unit, will be able to assist us a lot in making sure that after you had quite a number of students who are graduates, we've got a challenge that 60% of them are still unemployed. So it's a very critical point which we need to look into as colleges, that we need to zoom into monitoring and evaluation. And when we look at the department involvement, may mention something about in terms of performance of our students. Also, it will assist us when we do our monitoring, that we look at the performance in terms of the throughput rate, which is very much disappointing at the moment, that we've got, at the entrance level, we've got, let's say, 20 students, but at the exit level, level 4, we've got only students who are pulling it through. What is the challenge? There is something we are not doing as colleges to make sure that we keep those numbers until they must progress to level 3, progress to level 4, until they can be able to move. Some, they feel that after NCV level 4, they are ready for industry. Some, they feel that they need to enroll for N4 and moving upwards. So it's a challenge which we need to zoom into. But as the research unit will be established and give us the facts that how is your tracking system as TVET colleges. I think we are starting something new in all 50 colleges where we need to have facts in whatever we want to do. Introducing new programs which will be able to fit the market or students after they've gone under training through that new programs. It's not something which we sit as a group of people around the table and we said we are phasing out this program and we are phasing in this program. There must be a thorough research which will enable us as colleges that after introducing or phasing in some of these programs, now the government is moving towards occupational programs. Already with the hairdressing, we see the challenges of ministerial programs, occupational, is a challenge. First of all, you must have equipment. You must have a good infrastructure. You must be accredited to over the program, and you must make sure that you've got seasoned, experienced lecturers will be able to offer those subjects. But in terms of what we've got at the market, it's going to be difficult. If you identify a program, who is going to teach these new occupational programs? Then we need upskilling or reskilling of our lecturers. So we are trying to make makeshift amongst ourselves just to make sure that we can be able to offer those new programs. But it's a challenge that we need to make sure that to meet the trends of what is happening within the education center, more especially post-school education, as TVET colleges, what is our role to make sure that after training students, they are placed after placement, they are absorbed, failing which, in conclusion, Chairperson, they create jobs and they are not job seekers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu. Prof, I wanted you to be the last, so that you summarize, these points that were raised. Remember, as Dr. Radile, when he was, giving the purpose for this session, collaboration for us is embedded on, research outputs, so that we are informed, facts are put on the table, so that when we invest, when we implement, we know that the output is the right output. So summarize for us on the points that were raised by my panelists. emphasizing the importance of driving sustainable development and economic growth, in the sector and in South Africa, and also highlight the need for continued investment in the sector, along with policy reforms, strategy interventions, relevant to inclusivity and modern economy.
Huge task, right? But yeah, the discussion has been very good, and the points that people were mentioning, all the panelists were mentioning, are very important. If you look, I want to also just, she's my boss. I was at the TVET college, here college, one of at Coastal. I was, so I'm a product of, So I was at Coastal in around 2004. I was a lecturer there. And then, yeah, she's been a very good boss. So, yeah. What I wanted to mention is that the time we are in now, the time for competition is over. It has to be collaborations.
Yeah.
Competitions are over. Even if you look at the Boeing, they say there are more than many thousands of companies working on that one Boeing. Yeah, that plane. Thousands, Chinese companies, French companies. Some may bring, Rolls-Royce may bring their engine. The other parts are done elsewhere. They see someone is doing everywhere. The time for competition is over. So, and you can see with these collaborations why it's so critical. There is a university in America anyway. Starting with these collaborations with companies. Started with all these collaborations. But now it's so independent, and as a unit, it's now competing with companies.
Wow.
A university they've got lots of money. I know you're limited perhaps by the laws that govern the college, the colleges and universities, but it can compete with them. They've got students from all over the world, from China, from Taiwan, from all over working and producing new seeds, for instance.
Wow.
In agriculture, new seed. They compete with this, is it Monsanto, those that do seed. They compete with them very well, and they generate a lot of money. So we can see that with collaboration, there is room for these either collaborative research, or even contracts. They get contracts even to do research for us in this area, and we'll do it. And we see also even our university is links with, say, industry, which is very good, because then you train the person who's relevant to that industry. And also, I like the point that now you're focusing on research. Research is very important. And I know that there are so many societal problems. It was driven from those societal problems. Yeah, at whatever level, where you're working at, but research is very important. And that research must have impact in the communities we live. I think Baba Matlang mentioned that its impact, Dr. Radile mentioned that, and also Baba Matlang mentioned all those things, that they ought to be impact. Everything we do must have impact. Even if it's a paper, it must have impact, and we see that impact by the number of citations. How much times you're cited, because people are finding value in what you're doing.
Yeah.
So it's that's culture that we would want to see even in the TVET colleges, writing about your own practice. So there's a lot to write about, There's a lot, people write about service delivery, people write about all those issues. We were working together, and also that's where I would urge you that work with even science councils, CSIR, work with industry a lot, work with Human Science Research Council, work with all those councils, because we did some work in Umzwabantu today. Most of their students, rather some of their employees were part of our university. So if you see that they are saying that there's a lot of dissertations written about service delivery, about municipalities perhaps not working as they should. So they were saying, no, give us all those recommendations you make in those dissertations, and we'll implement it. So they are doing it, implementing what's there. So that's what is needed, that this work between universities and TVET colleges. That's why I'm here with Mem. Mem is very open-minded, Mem is Kula. She said, no, we want to work with you. So we are trying to work out some an MOU as well
Yeah.
with them, and she's open-minded. That's why we see. I don't know how this one came before ours. I was so jealous when they said they must come, you know. But I was also impressed. My also Baba mentioned the issue. They have one with with us, yes, with Etequin and us. There is already this. It can work and it can be done. There is a lot, and for us anyway, there are things. I know you may think that everything doesn't. Not everything needs money. You know, we can, you know, work together and do with plenty of people who can, you know, do some courses even
Yeah.
online on research methods. That
Yeah.
can be done. It doesn't cost us anything. We're running them. Even we are running some courses now with people in the diaspora, at our university, and people in the Caribbean. We are working with the International University of the Caribbean in Jamaica. So we're working with them. We are doing courses. Even yesterday, we were in class with them. They are working at 12 in the afternoon as 4 p.m. for us. But we're working around those things. So yes, there is room for collaboration, and that should be intensified. We saw it even. I'm telling you, you don't underestimate what you can do. There was a young lady when I was still at the University of Limpopo. The young lady working in nanotechnology. She's so good. She was a lecturer, and they promoted her straight to an associate professor. She skipped the senior lecturer level. But in Limpopo, we're talking rural Limpopo. But she's doing nanotechnology.
Yeah.
You see how it is?
Yeah.
Don't underestimate what you can do. There is a lot of room for innovation. Then there is a lot of. So what's critical is therefore to teach these type of skills, you know, creativity, problem solving, you know, critical thinking, you know, things like that. There is need to teach things like entrepreneurship,
Yeah.
innovation. Even if it's not within the program, it can be something that I know people could volunteer.
Yeah.
Teach those, you know, how do you create, how do you innovate, and so on. Because we always see that they must go when they finish, they must start businesses. Where do they start when they were never taught how to be entrepreneurs? You know, we expect a lot from them. That, you know, they go, they finish, they start businesses. There also need to be all those support systems. I know they ought to be, you know, the ways in which I was listening today. Even one young lady was talking on she's a lawyer. Says no, she's unemployed, she's not working, but she's not getting that support, you know, in terms of where to start, where to get the funding, and how to start even that business.
No.
So yes, there are those issues that we must think about. The way we are going now, people are talking smart agriculture, you know, precision agriculture. People are talking the circular economy, what Warren spoke about.
Yeah.
You know, we use, reuse, and recycle, waste management, smart cities. That's the way things are going. So we must find our niche in that area. I know maybe with TVET colleges, maybe not that flexible. You know, you could design some short courses that people could come and learn short courses. Teach them plumbing for a few days. They can run on their own, perhaps. I don't know how flexible it is, but we have short courses even at university.
Okay.
You know, in monitoring and evaluation, project management. People want to do 5-10 day courses. You give them a certificate of attendance, for instance.
Yeah.
Think about those models where you look at online teaching. That's the way to go. I know my boss here was talking about those, you know, computing. We have to go that route, you know. Artificial, digital literacy, teach all that artificial intelligence. We can't run away from those things.
Yeah.
So those are the things we must go.
Yeah.
And
No,
also-
thanks, Prof. In the
Thank you so
interest
much.
of time, I see my audience as well. You know, they are jumping. They want to ask questions. But I want to say, my principles, you must crack the whip. My 4 principles, you know, it's exciting, it's doable, opportunities are there. What is left is for you to crack the whip. Tatem Kun is for you to crack the whip now, you know, with my 3 principles. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, 6 max. Your questions are between us and lunch. I'm just mentioning it, so so please let us make them short, short and brief. Ne? So don't introduce your topic, just be brief with us. I'm not sure who's going to, roll me mic. I want to start at the back. Start at the Madam Votoza. Three hands. Yeah. No, it's fine. And do you really? No, it's fine. My brother asked a question, and Madam at the back. But it's all male questions, yeah? No, it's fine. Let me not go there.
No, thank you very much, Chair. But for me, Ndate Pingwane, I just wanted to make an input that, look, all 21 seaters that we have in the country, already they have executive managers and units or desks that are dealing with research, and some of them is paid research. They partner with various universities. So I wanted this partnership to find a way of leveraging on the work that has already been done or the work that is already in progress. Dr. Radida's remarks was saying that, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So let's find a way. All the 21 sectors, there's a lot of research already that is relevant, that is current, that is being currently done and conducted. And it's our sister partners in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mevotoza. Yeah.
Thank you, Ndate Pingwana. I just wanted to direct my question to Ma'am Simang. You mentioned an important thing in our sector, in fact, just around our lives. We normally put barriers in front of us. We normally underestimate the capabilities that we have, and we tell ourselves we can't. There is that fear of unknown always when there's something new that comes in front of us. You made mention of the lecturers, that you had a system that you bought. Can you just advise us how to get out of that room where we always have a fear of unknown when we want to start something? Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Just two aspects. The TVET has a position paper on massive open online courses, and it gives us the imperative to get involved in linking with international universities or universities overseas, especially to link up to artificial intelligence training and learning and so forth, because we may have those limitations currently. So that's just something for us to show interest in. One more thing I have over here is a proposal. There are at least 4 college principals over here. And fortunately, we've got the president and the deputy president of the South African College Principals Organization. It's a plea also to say that we all have challenges regarding our APPs, the annual performance plans, when it comes to student placement and staff placement and so forth. We also know with regard to QCTO, in order for colleges to implement a certain program, you've got to have placement first. Where's that placement? Toyota's not even offering maybe 1 position at this point in time. It's a huge challenge. So a proposal then is to the principals, when you do sit with your regional directors, when you do sit with the minister and so forth, that a recommendation must be made to that level of TVET to say, TVET needs to embark on a national roadshow that will go throughout the country as such, through all major centers or regions, especially the business and industry clusters, where business and industry is invited to an indaba, where we're going to hone in on the collaboration between the college sector and future employment for students and staff. You see, Elangeni TVET has done this before by having business breakfasts and so forth. It was well supported.
Summarize, my brother, summarize.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Tate? My apologies when I really get too harsh. It's in the interest of time as well.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity. My question is in the context of sustainable socio-economic development and also the industry's transition from compliance to purpose in terms of some of the challenges that we're dealing with. Question is, what is the opinion on the extent to which the different legislation types that are available to support sustainable socio-economic development and the frameworks that the government institutions are publishing, to what extent do those in their current form support the private and public partnerships that need to be formed to bring about sustainable socio-economic development through education? That's the first one. The second one talks to what Prof also touched on around, that handover of students to industry in terms of their training and development. So from experience perspective, speaking on behalf of our organization, we don't often find a lot of challenges in the technical competence space when learners are placed. It's what I've termed it is psychosocial competence. So those soft skills that enable the learner to be able to deal with the everyday challenges of work and working. And both in the context of self-employment and as an employee of organizations. I find that, for example, one of the issues that we deal with is absenteeism for both our employees and for the learners that we engage with. So, the question really is around what is it in our curriculums now, albeit the limitations around the design of the programs from an accreditation perspective, but do we believe we are doing enough to develop the psychosocial competence of our learners so that when they do enter industry, they can stay in the industry either as employees or as self-employed through the SMME structures, because there are a lot of challenges that are dealt with at a personal level that might be disenabling.
Okay. Then the last is Madam at the back.
I just have one question to the panel, and that is, after hearing your deliberation, what innovative research approach or approaches can TVET colleges use to increase the exposure and employment of TVET graduates in both the local and the global economy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My panel members, I hope you noted the questions. Maybe let's start with Umem Siman. Because one of the question or panelists, the audience, was very specific in assisting us, working with how to overcome fear. Then the rest of the questions members will take as they think or feel that they can answer.
Thank you. As human beings, we are very much comfortable to where we are, and we fear to venture to do anything that we don't know. But to answer the question, I think it's the exposure that we need to allow our lecturers to venture into. There was a speaker over there, even though I can't remember who, that spoke of curriculum indaba, conferences whereby lecturers need to be given that opportunity to engage so that they know what is out there. Because I might be sitting in my cocoon as a lecturer and I feel that I'm okay where I am, and whatever new innovations are brought in, I fear to take that step, because I do not know that innovation that is being brought forward is actually going to assist me. Like the example that I made, the lecturers were scared. But after some, persuasion and exposure and, taking them along, they realized that actually this software is assisting them to teach mathematics better and to improve results. So I think it's all about that exposure and letting people know what are the trends and also their importance as well in and bringing about transformation, because sometimes you may not know that you are the key in actually ensuring that there is change.
One of the questions was around, okay, ma'am, you wanted to touch on it. Okay, thanks.
No, thank you, ma'am. In addition to that, for our colleges to remove the fear of the unknown and attacking the new things that are coming, we need to have the change management strategy and people who are going to be assigned into those units of change management. In this institution, we had the council which recommended that we need to have a change management manager. If we have that person, it assists because before everything is implemented, that person plans that if we are going to introduce something that is new, so this year there will be a plan and advocacy to all the staff within the institution. And then people, by the time that thing has come, they will be able to have a buy-in because they have been the strategies of change management. It can be psychological or whatever, but psychology plays a vital role in ensuring that the change of the minds of the employees can be able to have a buy-in. So it's that thing. We even advertise in this institution. I think we are going for the second time now to have, because we are building that unit of change management so that we'll assist when we move along. We don't have people who are going to be behind. And then we buy a lot of equipment, machines that cannot be used. We need to go with them. By the time it comes, everybody must have that oomph to say, yeah, this thing comes. We've been talking about it all the time. But it needs to be professionalized. There needs to be policies, and the institutions needs to be able to pay for the change management.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thank you so much. I want to link the two questions. Increasing awareness with employers and soft skills for our learners as part of exit strategy. Tate Nguban.
No, thanks. I think the question asked by Carlos reflect to that in terms of why do students drop out when they get into the industry or are not able to stay there. And one of the things that we've been trying to talk to the sitters is that it should not just be about the numbers of placing students, but how do you make sure that before they are placed, you've got work readiness programs that are put in place, being compulsory before they move into the industry, but also the industry who will be accepting those students do set up clear criteria in terms of those work readiness programs. And that's an engagement that we've been having with different sitters in this regard. Coming to the issue of the relevance of policies, that kind of gap, there is obviously disjuncture in terms of what trade and industry is saying and also what is happening on the ground. And it's something that this sector should not be afraid to grapple with and start to say that these gaps are not, what we are saying in a policy doesn't reflect the reality in terms of what we are facing as the TVET colleges. So there's a debate that needs to go on. The space is there for engaging in that. But we cannot just have a policy that doesn't resonate with what is exactly happening on the ground.
Okay, thank you so much. The last question was around approach to marketing. Research, sorry. Now, why I'm thinking marketing now? Prof?
I will also
Briefly, yes.
Briefly, yes, I will be. I will try and tackle this one. Yes, the soft skills are needed with respect to the, you know, how we have, for instance, at our university, they've started one on gender-based violence. It's a compulsory for everyone joining the university. That's, for instance, like you were talking about. Teach them all those things. And like you mentioned, I was one time at one of these practices and one of the doctors in January, just before the holidays. Then I said to the doctor, when my team came and asked him, why so many people? He said, all of them, they want sick leave notes. So that's very bad, you see? But Mama Mantrugani also mentioned something about the training that we are providing in sense of the maths and literacy. Maths lit is a problem. A colleague of mine got 10 million from the SITA. 10 million from the SITA.
Wow.
In IT. He wanted now to get numbers that he wanted to do IT subject. He couldn't get them. Not enough with metric, with maths. You know, they all had maths literacy. He had to let them go. Maths literacy, and he had to let them go. But the challenges are so many. I just want to mention the challenges with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals, obviously, and the Vision 2063 and so on. So the challenges are many. We know there's poverty all over where we live. So those are gender inequality. We have those social problems. So that then provides us issues of smart cities. Collaborations are also within these 17 SDGs. So we need to find solutions to all these problems. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. That Mahlangu. Briefly.
Thank you. I think as colleges, we also have to have a structured wellness programs for our staff and for our students. Because as Prof just mentioned that we find staff, I mean the absenteeism is high when you look at your leave records and things like that. It's just because we are keep on piling. The department keep on coming with some initiatives which needs sort of a mind shift from individuals. But now we don't have as college to be able to deal with such pressure. Even as for us managers, we are always working under high pressure. So if we've got a well-established wellness programs within the college, and then it's a unit by its own, we'll be able to deal with some of the social issues which will affect performance at colleges. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mahlangu. Program Director. Thank you so much, panel members. I'm not sure we're gonna do the same as with the first panel. I saw the red thingies. Yeah.
Mrs. Tuki, the campus manager for Pinetown. Like I said, I know if Dlamini keeps on taking pictures, it means he's not happy with what he sees. They finalizing the list. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Stuki. No. You're taking a group photo. You're taking a group photo with, with all the bags. Why you? Okay, all right. So it's just they're offline. Okay, perfect. Okay, all right. Sir, Mr. Matlangu, we want the yes, yeah, we want the colors. That's it. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelist and moderator. A job well done. I know we had a lot to ask. I could see people were carrying 2 pages of questions that they wanted to ask. Colleagues, we're moving on with our programs. Can I now become again the program director? Can I become the program director and not the moderator? Can I ask the principal of Elangeni TVET College and the principal of Goldfields to come and sit on this side? We have been told we are coming to sign the MOU or MOA, and the fear of getting people excited is that if they go and forget that they came to sign, let's get both of them to sign before things we forget about it. We want the cameras. This is ceremonious event. This is a ceremonious event. Thank you. Mrs. Reddy is going to be just showing what to be done. And yes. Yeah. Mine is very easy. It's just to say who is going to. Mrs. Reddy? Mrs. Reddy, don't be too far. Don't be too far. Now, if the reason why we have it on camera, okay, the reason why we have it on camera is the video running are we still live? Yeah, so that no one will turn around and say I didn't sign. So the whole of South Africa is now witnessing the monumental event, and okay. Now this is the actual event that we came for. This is the actual event that we came for, and we in every table we have a bucket full of ice, and I must confirm that the champagne in the ice is non-alcoholic. Yes. So it's still working hours. Now they are going to cut the cake, both of them, and I must, because we are live, for fear of people that are just going to join now on the YouTube, it's not the wedding. We're not getting them married. Yes. Are they cutting? Yeah, you are going to, both of you help each other in cutting the cake. Yes. A round of applause. A round of applause. Yes. Now, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then we go to the opening of the champagne. Now, the opening of the champagne is a very symbolic exercise, and I would want every table to get to their bucket and get their champagnes. And I know it's something that I'm just taking out of my head. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm told I must just be part of the celebrations. It's fine. Now, the fear of people now holding the champagne is this one must go first. To the big things and the good things that is going to happen between the two institutions and the partners that are here, to all the best research outputs. Oh, I didn't hear the noise. Yeah, okay. Yes, now everybody can go on because I didn't hear the noise. It was so gently. Okay. You can pour. Okay. To the wonderful years ahead, you can go once. Don't finish the classes. Again, to the wonderful partnerships that are still going to come. Yes. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much. Cheers. Cheers. A round of applause for everybody. I want to hear the sound. I want to hear the sound. Now, the event is now formalized. The signing of the MOU has been formalized. Now, officially, we have a partnership. Now, all the things we've been saying before that, while we're just talking, but now we officially have a partnership between Elangeni TVET College and, yes. Where is the, oh, he's gone. Okay. Where is the cameraman? You can't be running away. When your event is here. Yes. Now, officially we have. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Papati. We are now drawing to the close of the event. And yes, we can now sit down. Are you sure you need it? It's not, oh. He needs it. Okay. No. The drinking of the wine is now uncontrollable. You can finish the bottles. Now my role in terms of telling you when to drink and when to do what, now I'm done. So you can just deal with the bottles now. So I want to see the empties. Yes, I want to see the empties now, so it's fine. To everybody that was part of this auspicious event, I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. Now, I'm not doing a vote of thanks, but you have been a very, very good audience. I've enjoyed working with you. I definitely did. So if there was anything that by any chance we have gone out of the way or maybe sidetracked or maybe put a shoe in your finger, it was not because of any internship. It was just all in days work. So I was just being the program director. So I am honored that I was part of this event. I said at the beginning, but I feel more excited now. So we are now going to call the last speaker of this program, and is Dr. Nan Kumar. Let's give him a very big round of applause. He's our doctor. I'm not going to give, because of time, I'm not going to give you his resume. He's got a very long resume, so I'm not going to, just because in the interest of time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pinkowane, please control your tummy. Madam Principal and honored guests, on behalf of Elangeni TVET College, it gives me great pleasure to extend our appreciation and salutations to the following persons who have given importance to this collaborative initiative. To you, Mr. Smith, thank you for your dynamically facilitating this program. Dr. Radile, DPA, Goldfields TVET College, for detailing the purpose and objectives for the day. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Sibia, DPR, Elangeni TVET, for so eloquently introducing our most honored guests in absentia. To you, Mr. Sachs, from the Bayer Group, whose organization espouses a forward-looking innovator and manufacturer. Through your support and presence here today, you have definitely proved true the ideals and vision of your organization. Thank you. Our heartfelt appreciation is extended to our very knowledgeable panelists for providing the insights into the future collaboration research project was most valued. Thank you, colleagues. And that goes out to Professor Hugo from UKZN, who's an education and development specialist. Professor Mtapuri from UKZN, your expertise in development studies and research methodologies was well taken. Thank you to you. To Mr. Ngubane, our previous council member, thank you, sir, for supporting this novel initiative, thus ensuring that this collaboration gains momentum and will be the bedrock of further national collaborations, thus leading to international ventures. Our unbiased moderators, Mr. Pinkowane and Mr. Shabane, thank you for your enthusiastic facilitating of this important panel deliberations. Thanks goes out to Maxine Worth from the Chinese Cultural Center for support. Thank you for your support. The principals from Coastal and Tigwini colleges, Ma'am Msamang, Mr. Mkunu, your presence here has given us assurance in this venture. Thank you. Dr. Molete, for your message of support online. The institutional managers from Goldfields and Elangeni TVET colleges, thank you for being for your backing over here today, as well as guests from business, industry, and learning institutions. You are all thanked. Mr. Mahlangu, principal of Goldfields TVET College, you are saluted, sir, for ensuring that the research hand of collaboration is extended to KZN and specifically Elangeni TVET College, thus promoting innovation and development in our sector. Thank you, sir. And to our superwoman, the dynamic Mrs. Kula, principal of Elangeni TVET College, for venturing into a landscape that was idealistically reserved. Thank you for your steadfast determination, which seeks to materialize TVET College relevance in this fast-changing world. And for your remarkable contributions today, give yourselves a round of applause. Lastly, acknowledgement is extended to the organizing committee and service providers for ensuring that today's function has been a success. The colleagues from Goldfields TVET College, may I ask you to stand, please? the colleagues from Goldfields TVET College. May I ask you to stand, please? There are people crossing the floor here. Colleagues, I'm doing this because I want you to have a look at how elegant they are looking in their uniforms. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, colleagues. You may sit. And to exhibit how serious Elangeni TVET College is regarding this research initiative, it intends embarking on publishing an article through UNISA on TVET College collaboration. That is something to look forward to in the future. Through the leadership of our principal, Ma'am Kula, thank you. And I don't know whether it's in my power or not, but ladies and gentlemen, you are now invited to a sumptuous lunch with further directives. I think I will ask MC to direct. Oh, thank you very much. Enjoy your day and the travel. Thank you very much.
Are you serving them? Are they going? They take the plates. Okay. Thank you very much. I thought I've retired, but it's fine. They are requesting that you bring your plate. In your table, there is a plate in front of you. So you take your plate. If you have 2 plates, I'm sure you can take the 2 plates. Yes, and the lunch is served on the foyer this side. So we can all go and indulge. Thank you very much.
Elangeni TVET College is dedicated to offering practical and skills programs for a variety of occupations and maintains close ties with key industry and business figures to ensure that its programs meet labor market needs. Under the leadership of College Principal Mrs. T.J. Kula, Elangeni TVET College provides its students with a grounding for the preparation of life in the real working world. Elangeni TVET College offers full-time, part-time and distance learning with a range of programs at 8 campuses situated in and around Durban: Inanda, Ndwedwe, Tuzuma, Kwamashu, Pinetown, Kadi, Kwadabeka and Pumalanga campus. ETVET also comprises of an established business unit as a second wing funding mode for the college. To ensure that graduates are employable and able to support themselves with a skill or diploma in their area of study, Elangeni TVET College works hard to instill in them a sense of integrity, self-confidence and determination to mold them into independent thinkers. Lessons of the highest quality are taught by the college's most qualified lecturers who display the highest level of professionalism and possess trade tests to maintain the high standard of education found at ETVET. At the college, one can be assured of a broad-based education through its programs offered, designed to give students a solid foundation of skills and knowledge. The college also has established various international partnerships with the United Kingdom, Netherlands, China, and the United States of America. Through its mission and vision, Elangeni TVET College recognizes that artisan training programs must provide more than just skills to young people and aims to develop centers of excellence and partnerships that will enable the provision of a core business that adheres to the teaching and learning philosophy of TVET colleges. Elangeni TVET College, an institution